Good evening, or welcome everybody. This is Obi-Wan Pez. We're in Simplex Pachinko. We are gonna be working on some Lorelei tonight. Hopefully get it done. Slightly amazed that we haven't reached the end of it yet. Get our notes. I did have a couple of random thoughts as we were trying to figure out the puzzle last time. And if there is anyone who would like to donate to GoTel, that is Game On, to End Lupus, the event this month is run by, during the month of May, run by 8BitD, Elbel, and Coco Confession. So if anyone would want to donate to them, or their section of the campaign, you could do so at their individual Twitch pages. In fact, right? You can also donate to my version of the campaign, which is the same thing. The money's all going to the same place and going to the same goal. The current goal is $205,000, and my stream's goal is $250. So if we can make it to $250, that'd be awesome. We did get a donation last time, which is not technically up yet, of 700 bits. So I will convert that whenever I get the chance, and then donate in said person's name. So. Okay. Need our handy dandy pen. In addition, we have our YouTube channels. Hey, Famished. You need the coffee. Unfortunately, I have some here. Unfortunately, in the fact that it's not for you. Might be the right temperature now. Yep, pretty much perfect. Awesome. On our YouTube channels, we have updated. Obi-Wan Pez is the gaming channel. We're currently up to August 2024, so we're getting close, and we can only have 100 hours worth of content on the channel in Twitch. So again, we're getting close. We're probably down to about 250, which is pretty amazing. Soda did not hit the spot. Yeah. The lady who gave me my coffee yesterday put milk in it, and I was like, you know, it tastes a little bit better, but at the same time, like, I didn't want to have to go through and scrub every last bit of milk out of my coffee cup. Just a quick, like, if you soap up the water and you have it doing other dishes, you can, like, run your coffee cup through the soapy water, run your hand around it a couple of times, and it's fine. But when it gets milk or sugar in it, it like needs to be deep cleaned. You gotta scrub all that out. So it's usually just a little more involved. It only very slightly annoys me. It's not like it's a big deal anyway. Usually put in creamer. Yeah. I used to have it with bunch of cream and 2 sugars. It was like always my recipe, and it worked nicely. But I'm trying to cut back on sugar as much as possible. Liver. Yep. So, um, yep, no milk, no sugar, just drink it straight black. It's pretty nice, and I get to tell the difference between the coffees. So, I know it's why the English had such terrible teeth for such a long time. They were always putting it in their tea. And again, if you drink tea without sugar, you actually taste the tea itself. And you can tell what's a good tea and what's kind of like, meh. And our daughter made us a nice little thing in food tech last week, which was like a apple and blackberry pie with like crumble topping over the top. It's very nice. The only problem with it was that the pie tin that it was in like started shredding a little bit, or like she pulled it out of the oven and the bottom of it started either burning or something. I don't know what's going on exactly, but we definitely had metal in our food. It's fine. Sparkling water, yeah. Alrighty. So we're going to get to Lorelei and the laser eyes yet again. We're going to try and figure out where we are. No caffeine influence. This is fine. Where there we go. Let's drink the espresso. Let's see. So we have photographic memory. We are. Yep, there we go. We are here. We would like to go into the foyer. Past that is not where this goes. Nope, because that's stairs that goes down. Okay, so we have to go back around that way and up the main, because we want to go to we want to go to the mirror. So left, down, down, right. Okay. Okay. So we need to go back to the center of the maze. Right, I think this is it. Oh, right. Right, okay, hang on. I copied that down. So we go down, left. Oh, down the stairs. Down, nope, up. Back into this area. Okay, all of those are up. All those I went down, and all these I'm going up. Crap. Okay, so this ruins my theory. Or at least it does for the moment. Those are all going right. Those are all going left. Yeah, this ruined my theory. It is time to end this constant rearrangement of history. This is your last chance to make peace with the truth before you go. First symbol. You can keep trying to conceal this in all possible manners, make up your stories, or tell it like it never was, but the truth is right before your eyes if you want to see it. I do too, but my problem is, okay, we got 4 red lights. Those aren't any different. There are also... No, the number of red and white is just the number of things that are filled in. When we put them in the proper arrangement, they make a sort of Y shape. That is facing that way. Okay. Symbol 2 was sort of a tetra shape with an extra little nub in the top right corner. Shape 3 was a T with the bar at the bottom, so like rotate it all the way around. Right, and there are only 3 symbols. This is no, this is third. In this constant rearrangement of your story. Second symbol. You keep mixing things up. Stop playing games. Any insight that anybody actually has here, as long as you're not like, don't go looking it up or anything like that. I just want to figure this out, and if anybody has any ideas, we can work together on this. But again, don't look anything up. How's it going, Poison Mouse? Yeah. This is all. Yes, this is Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. There are only 3 ways to go. Which old games? Oh, hey, Doom just got re-released there. capital letters, I see an I and a T. I have no idea if this has anything to do with anything, but it's worth a shot. First symbol. YB. Probably not helpful. YS. Probably not. Keep mixing things up. Stop playing games. This is number 2. It goes from... Why is it in the order 1, 3, 2? Nothing could be saved now, you're in too deep. Lovely. I feel like that's all the information that's there. number 2, it said, you keep mixing things up, stop playing games. Now I'm wondering if that's the bug reports. Probably not, but you know. This is not super easy, which is good. But at the same time, it's probably a terrible bore for most people. Ouch. Alright, the tangrams do not look like the ones that are the solutions to year 1932, which is also unfortunate. Do I still... No, I used these. When did I use these? When did I use the astrological signs? Yeah, we did. Okay. Okay. These are all open. Yep. Alright, current thought is that we spell out our name. So, L O R E L E I. Okay. So the way we have it is that our first symbol is this one. Our second symbol is... Nope. Our second symbol is this one. Our third symbol is this one. But I just can't. I think the thing that makes this hard is that, like, that is not... Should we do it from the perspective of the sign rather than from the perspective of the camera? That would be one. is the mirror image of that? Is that the biggest hint that it's not this? I'm thinking about it completely wrong. There isn't one? It just doesn't make any sense. It would be the mirror image this. It's like that's not it either. Okay. Let's try this mirror image. Being 2. Also try this one as a mirror image. Okay, and now 1932 goes up. 1938 goes down. 1948 goes up. 53 goes up. 57 stays. 60 goes down. 1962 stays. 1973 goes up. 1982 comes down. It was in the mirror. Oh, never mind. Damn it. I thought it was because it was in the mirror. It paused just long enough. Fake out. Alright. Damn. That's pretty annoying. Okay. CU3 KLB Electronics. everything is unlocked in the entire house, with the exception of shortcut number 4. Right there. Which we still don't know how to solve the little puzzle that's there. That one. Clock. Okay. X plus Y is either going to be 30 or 90. No. Yes. Either going to be 30 or 90. Okay, where are we? How do we get there? Elevator. Probably the easiest way. Oh my goodness. That was far too easy. Alright, so 31st. Yep. Awarded for great achievement in the field of solving number-related puzzles. Woo! Ugh. Figurine. It's Lorelei. Ah. 2014. Yeah. We know. Renata. 1894. Right. This was going to be subtract 47. 1847. Okay. (6301113RN). Right. It's all the interrogation and stuff based on, what was it? Lorelei. After being calm, she showed the officer on site the place of the incident. Deceased was found on the gravel path, lying face down. Legs were facing the house. Deceased's right arm was folded beneath his body, while left arm was stretched out. A pool of blood had formed beneath the body. Deceased had visible severe head injuries. Deceased had, in addition, several severe injuries to blank. Shards of glass were scattered on the body and around the same. Upon closer inspection, additional red liquid nearby, believed to be red paint. 4 playing cards discovered in inner pockets of the deceased. Second floor window above the body had been shattered. The deceased was dead on arrival by Polizeibeamter Andreas Coleman. Deceased was identified by witness Lorelei Weiss as Renzonero. Blank citizen Renzonero. According to Lorelei, the deceased had inflicted blank upon himself, then blank. Defenestrated. Good word. Usually works. dismissal. No definitive proof of foul play has been discovered in conjunction with the death of Renzo Nero. Physical evidence points toward suicide. It has been established that Renzo Nero suffered manic psychotic breakdown. There have been conflicting professional opinions on whether the stab wounds in his eyes could have been self-inflicted, but the majority state that blank frenzied state might have given him the necessary willpower to inflict the injuries upon himself. Further interviews with witness Lorelei Weiss have cleared the doubts surrounding her involvement in Renzo Nero's death. Therefore, no further measures will be taken in the case. Right. Full of incomplete and short notes. Fake gun. Body moved. Americans. RN equals L. Renzo Nero equals... Those are both together. Okay. Yeah, I'm still not understanding. Still just not getting it. Oops. Hang on. No one is answering. Cool. There's no way out. Please help me. The red beast is coming for me. Also cool. 1963. Pronto. Signorina, what's on your mind? Ask for advice. Even a bad letter will end up somewhere. Keep your antenna up. Why? I'm really hoping he has more advice than that. Never plow sideways, Signorina. The hammer has no directions for the anvil. Never trade your nails for sausage. Remember, the chef never counts the mice. To the goose, all ducks are swans. Even the greatest artist can make a bad omelet. Ugh. $19.73, just for fun. I know we did something earlier. Should be Joe. Okay, let's try 2014. Should be the old person version of herself. Schönen Tag, Care Home. This is Latifa. Hello? Is anyone there? Okay. There's nothing. What is it that we're missing so badly? Is there anything that changes if ridiculous for me to even ask, but if this place is potentially all in our imagination anyway. Down. Sort of right. Up. Okay. Come in on 1. We're standing at the top right corner. We're looking to the right in case we want to have a view of whatever this is. Come in on 1. We're able to go to 2 on the left. Oh, I don't like that. Just a reversal, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So, if I am then correct in this other way, then what we're going to do we walk in, we see number 1 as it is. We turn left and see number 2 sideways, essentially. And then we continue walking to see number 3 from that particular point of view also. Come on. Alright. Alright, we walk in. We see number 1. Looks like this. We turn to the left. We walk in to number 2. And it looks like this. We go over and walk into number 3. It looks like this. Now we wait. Alright, we saw 1932 matched with 1847. 1938 matched with 2014. 1948 and 1953 are matched with 1847. 1957 stays. 1960 goes to 2014. 1962 stays. 1973 goes up. And 1982 goes down. Damn it. And just in case. top, top, middle, bottom, middle, top, bottom. Okay. Just for fun, let's go all as we see them. So try them all from the side, which is going to be this one. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Up, down, up, middle, down, middle, up, down. You keep mixing things up. Stop playing games. Keep trying to conceal this in all possible manners. Wake up, make up stories, or tell it like it never was. But the truth is right before your eyes, if you know how to see it. 1 going right leads to 3. It's time to end all of this constant rearrangement of history. This is your last chance to make peace with the truth before you go. Alright. If anybody has any very, very super light hints on this, I am spelling out her username, or her name as her username in funny runes. Then, password set 2 is the thing that looks like tangrams, which we have come up with 1, 3, and 2 in said order. I've tried them as they are. I've tried them in different perspectives. I have tried them in a number of different arrangements. Third set is dealing with the people. Those. So 1932, right, is this, which represents 1847, because this is the number of segments that are on each of those numbers going across. So 1, 8, 4, and then 7. 1938 is, if we take the bottom section and move it over to the left, or yeah, just move it over to the left. We have a 2, a 0, a 1, and a 4. So just take the whole bottom part and shift it left a little bit. 48 is 1847. Right, so if you just look at the bottom right-hand corner of each of these things, then it makes a digital display of a 1, an 8, a 4, and a 7 going across. So 1847, 1953. Okay, so we have 1s. And then here in the second spot, we have like in the middle 8s on a digital display. And then next one over, there are going to be 4s, but they're all kind of jumbled up. Next one, there's all 7s that are kind of stuck in like that. draw a vertical line down the middle. And there is a 1 on either side of that vertical line, so that's a 1. Draw a line down the middle of this next shape in between the squares, cutting the rectangle down below. That's a 9 on both sides that have been fitted together like that. Next one is a 6, same deal, just fitted together like that. And then a 3 fitted together like that. So 1963 for 1957. Yes. 1960. How many triangles are there in each picture? Right, 2, 0, 1, 4. 1962. Area. So the area of each of these is 1. Next one can be made up of 9 of those. Right, and it will be a square number. And then the next 2 are rectangles. It appears to be a 3 by 2, which would be a 6, and then a 3 by 1, which would be 3. So 1963 for 1962. 1973. If you hinge down the part that has a little angle in it, right, that will end up the part that is below the, just the part that is below the circle, the part that has the angle attached to it. If you swing that over according to said angle, right, that makes a 1 and an 8 and a 4 and a 7. So 1847 for 1973. 1982 is the amount that these are filled. So when we compare all of them, the second one has nothing in it. The third one has about half of the first one. So that'd be like our 1 and 2. And then the last one appears to have about double the first one. So we're assuming here it's going to be 2014. Okay. I'm feeling more confident about those. Not that I really needed that much help on them. Oh my goodness. Electronics Arts Symposium. Contribution causes coded sensation when its deliberate malfunction causes some panic. Vice is not too keen to talk about what the work of art meant. She does not want to end discussions by giving a correct answer. Veteran art critic Morris Talbot insisted it was a comment on the unreliability of technology, but concept artist Aichi Tanaka thought Vice wanted to show us the death of an artwork. Euro Funland. Construction worker came up upon a computer believed to be from the 1960s, the OCU-3, found in what was the basement of an old mansion which previously stood on the grounds. It was later sold at a flea market and eventually ended up on the hands of an anonymous individual known as Putich on several forums. Putich then claims to have managed to reconstruct parts of the data on the OCU-3. We've all seen the results on the internet. We've all been astonished by it. We've all asked ourselves the same questions. Was this type of technology available in the 1960s? Could an entire interactive retrospective be made or even fit on the primitive devices of that time? In the coming weeks, we'll try to answer these questions and dive deeper into the mystery of the OCU-3. Alright, this is when he's going off to the casinos. 1982. 2. Confusion turned to excitement. Third eye movement is apparently a gathering of painters, musicians, composers, directors, photographers, writers. Thought, blah, blah, blah. Long did naivist painter from Sweden, minimalist composer from Latvia, or mediocre Edwardian horror writer. They're all dug up and put on display. Gaston Rousseau pours us a cup of coffee in his apartment in Paris. Last year he tried to research the possibility of doing an exhibition which would act as both a tribute and a retrospective of the eclectic artist. He had hoped to recreate her lost art with the help of Weiss herself, and today's most admired names in computer art. She was the Gauguin of the electronic era, Rousseau tells Art Filter. If all of Gauguin's work had been burned, that is. Or if all of Gauguin's work had been burned, that is. Weiss was an elusive figure when she was in zenith, but after the Nero affair, for which she is sadly most remembered, few have met her. Through Rousseau's network in the art world, he managed to track her down in Hamburg and swiftly traveled to arrange a meeting with her. I was too late. I had such big plans. Maybe I was the fool to believe that I could create a renaissance for a long-forgotten electronic art pioneer. The old woman I met could hardly see, let alone speak. It looked like she didn't have much time left. 2014. Issue 2, so probably February? Alright. Right. Magic posters, cards, crystal ball, tears, chains, rose. Television. In the future, I am made of paper. From my hat, there are cards. There's a red rune. This is the ancient rune I. Right. Written in the dirt. Stare into my crystal sphere. There's a red rune that says E. I reach for a bottle of miracle tears. This is the rune for L. Chain like a prisoner. This is the red rune R. Hand holds a rose. This is the ancient rune O. Secret location only for members feeling knowledgeable. Try joining the secret quiz club. Hotel Letizia is proud home of Europe's most trying trivia nights. How trying? We'll find out. Try finding it in the first place. To those who find their way to the hallways of wisdom, we promise an elite quiz which will challenge your awareness and perhaps even put your survival skills to the test. Right. Notice about lost document tubes, fortune telling, and magic show. Right. Ghost tour. Please observe that pre-registration is required and that children are only allowed in the company of an adult. All right. I shall return. Tonight we are hashtag not sponsored by Vocation Brewery. Peach Cooler Shaker Milkshake IPA. Says peach, ice cream, apricot are the main flavors in this one. May contain settlement. Please pour carefully. Pretty much always pour carefully. Citratalis and Sabro hops. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely getting the cream sort of flavor to it. Okay, now, if we don't bother ordering these, then again, the letters I get are R, E, L, O, and I. So Lorelei is the obvious username for the OCU3. The only other people that we have, and they would be the people that we have in here, would be Renata, which there's no T, Renzo Nero, no N, and Lorenzo, there's no Z, so, and no N. So Lorelei would be the obvious choice for the username. For the password, they look like tangrams. So when you put the tangrams, right, they were all jumbled up. So there was a little box, a nine square grid, 3x3, and some of them were white and some of them were red. When you walked along the grid on the floor, it showed where you were walking, what square you were walking on, but up top. And then when it did that, you could say, okay, this square belongs in this position. And then when you fill them in, you know, draw a 3x3 grid and then start shading in all the ones that were red, it gets us 3 shapes. Those 3 shapes are things in the next, in the password part of the computer. So naturally it makes sense that this is part of the password. Number 1 is shaped like a sideways Y. Again, this is a 3x3 grid that we filled in, so it has like the this bit to it, and then 1 out this way. Okay. Then number 2 is all the middle ones. The one on the right goes up, and the one in the center comes down. And then number 3 is an upside down T. The sign next to number 1 says you can keep trying to conceal this in all possible manners, make up stories, or tell it like it never was, but the truth is right before your eyes if you want to see it. The sign for number 2 said, you keep mixing things up, stop playing games. Number 3 says, it is time to end this constant rearrangement of history. This is your last chance to make peace with the truth before you go. So again, username, I've got 5 letters, IELRO. I'm just typing out Lorelei. Wait, what did Auntie used to call us? It might just be Laura. L-O-R-E. Be kind of mean, but makes sense, I suppose. Auntie Krause, 1982. Nope. Mama. Vice Residence, 1932. She calls us Laura. L-O-R-E. Well. Stina from 1962, I think, calls us Loran. L-O-R-R-A-N. But again, no N. So, can't do any of that. Background's weird. Maybe it's just supposed to be like a bad rendition of what you would see on the mirror. I think I see the broken red window from upstairs. Chandelier up top. And this is on the left side of the elevator. What is going on? Anyway. Yeah, it's everywhere. Okay. No matter what room we're in. Okay. L. O. R. E. Okay, we walked in. We found the shape. It was shaped this way. Number 2, we walked in. We found the shape. It was shaped this way. Number 3. We walked in and the shape looked like that. From like we said. 1932 is up, 1938 is down, 1948 is up, 53 is up, 57 stays, 60 goes down, 62 stays, 73 is up, 82 is down. No. We walked in, and we got one looks like this. We moved to 2, which is going to the left, and it looked like this from our perspective. And then we continued to number 3, and it looked like this from our perspective. This was up, down, up, mid, down, mid, up, down. Hey. KLB Electronics. Copyright 1947. Liar. I do know these are the death dates for everybody, so it's not a big deal, but man, this is so messed up. Okay. We walk in. Looks like that. We turn left. Sort of looks like that. We continue left. It goes to there, and then it goes to there. Up, down, up, mid, down, mid, up, down. Okay. I think I would like to know how many characters are in the password for the OCU3. Now the good news is that this is randomly defined. So, if anyone wants to spoil themselves, it is not going to be based on any like particular thing. It's not going to be a set password. It's going to be based on something, like pieces of information we need to find. So, all I'm really interested in is knowing how many characters there are in the password. I can pretty much guarantee that the username should be Lorelei. And I think there should be 3 terms, three items in the password. And I've got the memory sequence all figured out. So what do we do about that shit? don't think that that thing looks like an A, or an H, or an E. So it doesn't have to do with this other thing from way, way long ago. It's magic word stuff. It should have been done on like the top floor. So that's not our problem. I could do something horrible. Alright. Let's go like this. I want to know if... I want to know if the horrible AI thing that comes with Windows can answer the question without giving me any other information. No, don't do any of that. Okay. Using a single numerical value only, how many characters does the password contain in Lorelei and the laser eyes? Does the password to the OCU 3 contain Lorelei and the laser eyes? Oh, you jerk. 9? What the okay. Oh my god. Well, no wonder I'm not getting it right. Jesus. Friggin' 9 long? What the hell? Oh my god. Do we go for a 4th? So, like... using a yes or no only is the username for the OCU3 Lorelei. No. Fuck. Oh man, I am so screwed. Okay, it can let me just hit whatever I want. Cool. Oh man. Now I'm so lost. I don't even know what to do. Okay. What do we know about the OCU3? In theory, could do something about this. Is it? No. Okay. His footprints. This is ridiculous, right? But of course we want to pet Rudy. Such a good boy. Okay. So his footprints go in the front door. To the left. To the phone, I guess. Then turn back around. Go up. Up the stairs. Over to the side. Over to the railing. And then we lose it. So, I mean, I think that is just... goes back to Lorelei. Truth is very close, young woman. Thank you for helping me see. Truth is near. Third eye is opening soon. God, man, come on. Clipboard. Name of residence, Lorelei Weiss. Date of admission, 13th December 2014. Ms. Weiss suffers from blank and blank. Latter is believed to be a symptom of early stage of dementia. Weiss's condition is terminal. Lately, Miss Weiss has been receptive to verbal communication. Nurses have seen noticeable reactions when mentioning things such as family members, friends, places she's visited, or things related to work. It is believed that this verbal stimuli is beneficial for Miss Weiss. The care team intends to find more information about Miss Weiss. Visitors will be encouraged to communicate with her using any verbal stimuli the care team finds advisable. Right, so we did all this stuff. Date of notes, 16th December 2014. Stack of empty cassettes. Broken mirror. Right, with blood all around it. Here's the maze. For anybody who just might be coming in, we do have a fundraiser going on for Go Tell, that is Game On to End Lupus, run by 8-Bit D, Coco Confession, and L Bell. So D and Coco have lupus themselves. Ellie is fairly sure that she has lupus and trying to get a diagnosis. It takes time, however, is part of the problem. So anybody who is feels compelled to do so, please feel free and donate to the link here at nsimplexpachinko/gotel. That way, I guess. /gotel 2025. Our goal for our community is $250, and we have until the end of the month. We're looking to raise some amount of money. We do have one donation that has not gone through yet, so that will be done a little bit later. In addition, we also have our YouTube pages, which have been updated recently. youtube.com/@ObiWanPez is our gaming channel, so a whole bunch of stuff has been uploaded. We've got about 100 more hours of content to whittle down before before Twitch eliminates all of the extra VODs that are on there. Alright, it's not even the VODs, it's the Yep. It's not even the VODs, it's the highlights and not clips, highlights. It's the highlights. So I had about 1,000 hours worth of highlights. We're only supposed to have 100, and most of them had like 1 or 2 views. So they're like, yeah, we're gonna pare these down. So I said, all right, I've been meaning to get all this stuff onto YouTube anyway. So now we are migrating as much as possible before Twitch decides what to delete. So I've been cleaning stuff out, throwing it over to YouTube, and then as soon as it is entered and complete, then deleting all the stuff off of Twitch. So far, like I said, been going pretty well. We're up to about 200 hours left, or 250 total hours, so we need to pare it down by another 150-ish. I think we can do it. It'll just take the weekend. We got some time tomorrow. My son's got a Pinewood Derby for Scouts, so we'll be doing that. Yeah, can't see his car from here anyway. And our math content has been uploaded to @nsimplexpachinko6542. So if anybody is interested, go check that out. We have just crossed the 130 followers threshold on the Simplex channel. So thank you, everybody. And @Obi-Wan Pez, our gaming channel, still only has 11 followers. Y'all can go check that out if you feel like it. If not, yeah, that's fine. But more interesting stuff coming up later, including this video right here. So. All right. So, what even could the username possibly be? Get the feeling our password may have something to do with the maze. But that's going to be tricky. Just got an alert that ads are going to start in about 2 minutes, so just letting you all know. So like we could take the shape of the path that is immediately connected to the red diamond, figure out some way to do that, but I don't think that's going to work. We can try going back in to the mirror and see if there's a different way. See if we can get to 4. Because if we can get to number 4, then we might be able to get all the way to number 9. Alternatively, there could be a different location to get us these values, I guess. Yeah, that's definitely the maze. Right? Hang on. Okay. Let me pull up pictures, because I've definitely saved this before. Shouldn't be that old. Okay, I have apparently not kept it, which is fine because I can in fact just go into the memories and get it from there. It is, however, slightly annoying. Okay. Now we go over to photos. Select. And then we say is this also the stuff on the wall? Again, I suspect the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yeah. It's also the stuff on the floor. It's also the stuff on these walls. And these walls. Okay, good. Okay. Down. Left. To right. To down. Oh, no, up. Okay. What is this? First symbol. Move left. Second symbol. Move left. Third symbol. Move left. First symbol. Man. So is this... Okay. That doesn't look like a letter. That doesn't look like a letter either. Alright. Well... So this information... That's the upside down T for the third symbol. What's only 3 characters? 3 unique characters, but 9 characters long. So we would need 4 characters to go like maze directions. If we wanted to say, like, if you entered the north square and then we went west, then we entered that square and we went south into the next square. How do we start entering all of the squares in the maze? Welcome back. Sorry. Yeah, completely blanked on that. But good news, I was just kind of thinking. So, didn't miss much. Ayo. Oh, and as a bonus for the YouTube channel stuff, in the Simplex YouTube channel, I am also currently updating all of the differential equations class videos that we created over the summer with the help of Zach and Ian Stuckey. Thank you so much to them for coming in and helping, and thank you for everybody who watches, because it's really cool and helpful. Shit. Excuse me. Chandelier's not changing. Okay, how can this reveal 3 symbols by itself? All right. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 becomes. So number 3 goes to the bottom right corner. No. Number 3 goes to the bottom right corner. Write it that way. Number 2 goes to the top left corner. Number 1 goes to the center there. Number 4 goes to the top right. Number 5 goes to the bottom left. 6 goes to the left central. 9 goes to center. 8 goes to right central. And 7 goes to central bottom. I don't know how any of this helps, but this is 1. Second symbol. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3 goes to the bottom right. That's common. It's a little weird. 2 goes to the top left. That is also common. Ooh. Interesting. 1 goes to central right. That is different. 4 goes to the bottom left. Okay, that's different too. 5 goes to the top right. 6 goes to the middle. Okay. 9 goes to the top middle. 8 goes to left central. That's a rotation. No, that's not a rotation. 7 goes to the central bottom. Those are the same. 2, 3, 7 are in identically the same place. That's 2 for number 3. Third symbol. 3 goes to the bottom left. 2 goes to the center. 1 goes to the top center. 4 goes to top left. 5 goes to left center. 6 goes to right top. 9 goes to center bottom. 8 goes to right bottom. 7 goes to central right. Four, 1, 6, 5, 2, 8 shares nothing in common with 2, for 1 is the same. 6, 5, 2, 7, 3, 9, 8. Nothing the same with, or sorry, just the 1 is the same with number 1. First symbol. Alright. Entire right column shaded. Central square shaded. Corners at the top and bottom left are shaded. Math burnout. No. I mean, I can understand it with you doing so much work on it. Central, right, top, and bottom. Should become switching to programming, so it's fine. Which topic? Factoring? Factoring trinomials? Yeah. I mean, a little. So, here's the thing. Alright, interlude. Move shit around over here. Beer. Alright, reset this. Yes, get rid of it. I know. And then we come over here and we say, we're doing math night instead of the mini kit or whatever. It's fine. It's actually better that way for right at this exact moment in time because now we can select window, jump over directly to Excalibur. Haha. Okay. So you got something that, generally speaking, looks like that. And you're trying to get it into something that looks like this. So p of x is equal to mx plus n times px plus q. All right, you're trying to get this thing out of it. Now I'm doing this in general, so it's kind of a lot. But you've seen a bunch of examples, so you know more or less how it works. In the background, it's just like a matter of fixing it in your head. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply all this out. I know that seems crazy. Just bear with it a sec. I sliced up my finger pretty nice the other day, so We're doing okay, but sometimes I have to just make sure it's not like, getting infected or something. It's fine. So when we multiply all of this stuff out with our binomial multiplication, we end up with MP times x squared when we multiply our two x terms together. When we multiply our two single x terms with the other constant term, we end up getting parentheses, right, m times q plus n times p times x. Right, this is this part, right, n times px and mx times q. Now don't worry too much about, like, if you don't quite see it just yet, again, it's a lot, but we'll deal with it. And then our constant terms nq. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I want to take the a term, which is again now mp, and the c term, which is now nq, and I'm going to multiply them together. So when I multiply them together, I get what looks like mnpq. Okay, now I'm going to break it. I'm going to shatter it into all of its possible factors. So 1 times mmPQ, m times mpq, n times mpq. Marvel Puzzle Quest hashtag not sponsored. I do actually like a Marvel Puzzle Quest, quite frankly. All right, p times mnq. Just hang on right there. Okay, and then q times m n p. Then we have to consider all two factors here. So we could have mn times pq. We could have mp times nq. We could, right, this list is going to go on. All right, now when we do this for real, we're not going to do that. It's not going to be crazy. All right. So we get all the different possibilities in this list going all the way down, as far as we need to go. Don't end up like repeating yourself just swapped. So eventually you might end up with like, n. I don't have that in the list yet. Okay, so if I end up with like nq times mp, I know we're already done. Don't worry about it. So we're always going to assume that the lower lower values are in this left column, and all the higher values are in the right column. Once we get to the middle of this list, then we don't have to put the higher values in the left column because we've already got it represented somewhere up there. So when we do this, we're going to say, okay, we need to find the factors in this list such that MMPQ, so the product of all of these factors, is equal to A times C, and MQ plus NP is equal to B. Right, so we look up here. We want all this middle stuff right here. MQ plus NP is going to be equal to B, and MP and Q is going to be equal to A times C. So we have to find the factors so that that happens. Not super easy, but, or at least not always. One of my favorite ones to use is going to be something like 3x squared minus 5x minus 2. Right, so if we have a polynomial like this, we look at this and we say, okay, same deal. We want to take a times c, which is 3 times 2, which is 6. We're going to take all possible factors. So 1 times 6, 2 times 3, and again, the next one is going to be 3 times 2, so don't bother. Right? There's no other way that any other factors can come out of 6. So we're good there. Now, here's what you need to do. And this is the easy part. I know sometimes people hesitate when I say that, but this is actually the easy part, because we're going to find those factors such that they will add to negative 5. They will add to negative 5, and they will multiply to, and I forgot to do this, negative 6. Right? 3 times negative 2 is going to get us negative 6. Why does that matter? Well, a lot of people's knee-jerk reaction for this one is going to be, 3 and 2. I add up 3 and 2 and I get 5. So therefore, I add up negative 2 and negative 3 and I get negative 5. Haha, I'm done. And I usually say, no, hang on. If you want to say that, like, sure, you can just kind of guess it, but it doesn't quite work. Because you notice in this particular case, right, our product has to be negative. So the product of these terms must be negative. What does that mean? Well, if we multiply two things together and we get a negative number, what does that tell us about those numbers? Right? They themselves must have opposite signs. So now we want things that have opposite signs and add to negative 5. Now, don't worry about going through this list and immediately coming up with the value because, again, in this case, it's nice and easy. In some other case later, you're going to have a much longer list and you're going to be like, I don't know. Or it's going to take you a while to find it. So here's the fast way to do this. Okay, you say all of these numbers here are going to sum up to a negative number. So if I add two numbers together in my list over there, if I add up the two numbers that are here and I get a negative value, that tells me that the big number has to be negative. So that's all I can say at the moment, right? Just think about that. If the middle number, now I should say, right, a should be greater than 0. If it isn't, you can factor out a negative, change all the signs, and then repeat this process. But overall, right, as long as a is greater than 0, then we're going to say that the middle number, or linear term, dictates the sign of the larger value. And let me change that rather than value, factor. It's going to dictate the sign of the larger factor. So now we say this is going to be negative 6, negative 3. Okay. Then we say that the product, realistically, right, the product, but also if a is a positive number, then it's just the sign of c. right? Constant term or product determines what's called the parity of the signs. So what does parity mean? Are they even or odd? What does that really mean here? Because even and odd doesn't really make any sense. Are they the same or different? So you can use the word parity to mean either of these couples, either even or odd, or same or different, depending on your context. So in this particular case, we know that the signs are going to be opposite each other because our product has to be negative. So if we have a 6 and a 3 which are negative, then the 1 and the 2, respectively, must be positive in order to make sure that those products become negative. All right, from here, now you look at this and say, now what do we get when we sum them up? 2 plus negative 3 is negative 3 plus 2, or 2 minus 3, which is negative 1, which is not the same as this. So, can't be that one. We'll look at this and we say, what is 1 minus 6? There's our negative 5. So in this particular case, that one's going to be it for us. Let's take this, let's split it. It's going to be a positive 3x squared. Nothing changes there. And then just write the other things in order. So plus 1x minus 6x. And then copy minus 2. Now look at it by grouping. You got 4 terms. So first set, common is x, left over 3x plus 1. Second set, common, negative 2, left over 3x plus 1. A. Right, common, 3x plus 1, left over, x minus 2. There's our p of x. If you want to know what the zeros are, again, you can say that this is now p of x is equal to 0. What happens when we do this with the product of these two values? Say that if we have a product of values which get us 0, then either of those things could be 0 itself. Three x is negative 1, or x is 2. X is negative 1/3, or x is 2. And then if we want to rewrite this either, in this case, this is a set builder notation, so x can belong to the following set of numbers. 1/3, comma 2 is usually how I would express this sort of thing. Kind of depends on what your teacher wants. Since you're doing Khan Academy, I think, yeah, it tells you what format it wants. Usually it's like, x equals blank, and you just have to fill in the blank with a number. So that's nice. But if you have any questions, let me know. You could just be like, that makes no effing sense. Yeah, definitely pause and go back and everything like that. So again, what I did is what I just came up with over the years of teaching this to college students. So we're looking at an AC method because we have an A value that is greater than 0, and specifically in this case, greater than 1, or at least not 1. And then we have this C value, which is just kind of along for the ride. So multiply your A and your C, and then make a factor list. So AC is -6. Multiply all the numbers that could possibly get you 6. 1 and 6, 2 and 3. Then, once you do that, then you say, okay, the middle number dictates the sign of the larger number. So since the middle number, and again, A is greater than 0, A is positive, then B tells you what the sign of the larger number is. So 6 and 3 have to be negative numbers in their sums. And then the negative here is going to tell us the parity of the signs. So are they the same? Are they different? In this case, a negative means that when we multiply them together, they have to have been negative. Nope, sorry. They must have been opposite each other in order to get a negative. So that means the sign of the smaller numbers must be positive. So I go about this in a very logically distinct sort of way that says, no, you need to do this logically so that you're not just being like, one of them's positive, one of them's negative, and let's just see what happens. So let's apply it to a more complicated version. Let's do like q of x is equal to 15x squared plus 4. And let's make the middle term negative x and let's see. $23. Looks pretty ugly. But what we can do here is we just follow the same rules as we did before. So first off, a times c is going to be equal to plus 15 times plus 4 is going to be a plus 60. Okay, what do I know about factors of 60? Well, I know there are a lot of them because the Babylonians loved base 60. We got 1 and 60, 2 and 30, 3 and 20, 4 and 15 is where we came from, 5 and 12, 6 and 10, 7, 8, no, 9, 10 and 6. So we're back to there. Now there's a nice little hint here. If you look at the square root of 60, this is about, right, 7.7, somewhere around there. Doesn't really matter. But the point is that here we can't go above 7 because otherwise we just switch our list and then start using the same numbers over again. So here we're going to say, okay, 7 doesn't go in. right? 7 doesn't go in. If we had 8, then that's above our 7.7, and so it would be something we already captured from the above stuff, which again, we know 7 doesn't go in, so that doesn't matter. 8 does not go in anyway, so that doesn't matter either. So we just automatically stop after 6 times 10. We only have to check up to the square root of that number for factor pairs. Okay, looking at this, again, you can automatically see, oh, look, 23, that's 20 and 3. Cool, now prove it. Because if we go like that, that ruins your plan. Right, I will restore it once we're done here. But I just want to, do a like hypothetical for a second. If we were to leave it like this, this says that the sign of the larger number must be negative. Because again, larger number plus a smaller number is going to go with whatever sign the larger number is. If it's opposite signs, then the positives and the negatives, if they're equal to each other, just start canceling out. And then we're left over with the extras from the pile that was bigger. So in this case, again, all of our big numbers must be negative. That is independent of what that sign is. So no matter what, it's independent of whatever the 4 is. This is plus or minus, doesn't matter. The sign of the bigger number still has to be negative. All right, the only thing that that's good for is the parity of the number. So again, or the parity of the signs. So are they the same or are they different? If this is a negative, let's do that. If this is a negative, then the parity is opposite each other. So therefore, all of these have to be positive. If it were instead a positive, then this tells us that the signs are the same. And so if we had a negative for these, we'd have to have a negative for all these. So that's something to watch out for. Okay. So if we were to do this with a negative sign attached to the 4, and again, a is greater than 0, so we're good there, then what would happen is, again, we'd look at all of this stuff and we'd say, what pairs are going to add to negative 23 of this list? I think you could probably look at it right now and just be like, wait, that doesn't really work. Right? If they have opposite signs as each other, these are going to add to negative 4. So that's way too small. These are going to add to negative 17. That's still too small. This one is negative 28, which is now too big. So the correct answer would have to be somewhere between positive 2 and positive 3. Well, we don't have any of those numbers here. So that doesn't work. This stuff right here will get you all possible values, all possible answers for rational zeros. So if you remember, rational zeros will look something like, let's use a letter we haven't used yet. man. J over K, where J and K both belong to the integers, whole numbers. Right? Doesn't matter if they're positive or negative or what else you got going on. Doesn't matter. They will always end up being whole number divided by whole number. And every possible way that you can get a whole number divided by a whole number will be represented using this AC method. Okay, so clearly, if we had (15x² minus 23x minus 4), this is not factorable. For rational zeros. All right, so you'd be able to write that out. Tell your teacher, like, yeah, I can't do this. This isn't rational. It's just crazy. Okay, but then if we restore this to what the actual problem was, where this is not going to be negatives, we're going to get rid of all those. This was instead plus 4, which tells us, again, all of our factors must have the same sign. So we had a negative on the bigger ones. Now in order to get a product which is positive, we must also have negatives on all the smaller ones. And now when you look down the list, right, we end up with negative 32 is too big, negative 19 is too small, negative 23 is just right. Oh. Right, so we take this and put it in here, split the middle term into two pieces. This is now going to be 15x² minus 3x minus 20x. Negative 23x splits into negative 3x and negative 20x plus 4. In doing this stuff with the chart, this proves that this is the only rational zero that you could possibly find. Or these are the only two rational zeros that you can find out of this quadratic. Yes, these are they. So what do we do? Again, group. First group, 15 and 3 is going to be 3. X² and x is going to be x is common. What's left over when you remove them? Well, 3 from 15 leaves a factor of 5. X from x² leaves a factor of x. 3 from negative 3 leaves a factor of negative 1. X from x leaves a factor of 1. So now we just have 1 times 1. Right? We took 3x, which was the whole factor. It's gone. But we still have to have a placeholder. So make sure that you leave that placeholder. Second group, we have a negative. 20 and 4 gets us 4. Remaining is going to be, again, negative 4 from negative 20x is going to be a positive 5x. Negative 4 from a positive 4 leaves a negative 1. Common, 5x minus 1. Remaining, 3x minus 4. And again, this is going to be the exact same thing as the original q of x that we had up here. Right, our 15x² minus 23x plus 4 is identical to 5x minus 1 times 3x minus 4. All of it's the same. It's just now in a completely interesting factored form. And again, you could check this by multiplying all this stuff out again. So 5x by 3x, you're going to get 15x squared. 5x by negative 4, you get negative 20x. Negative 1 times 3x, you get negative 3x. So now that's negative 20x minus 3x is going to be negative 23x. Cool. Negative 1 times negative 4 is positive 4. Got it. So all of that ends up working out that that q of x way up there is the same as this q of x less up there. Somewhere in there. Okay. Then if you want to find the zeros, we say that 0 is equal to 5x minus 1 times 3x minus 4. By the zero product property, if two things are multiplied together and one of them is 0, and the product is 0, it stands to reason that at least one of those things must be 0. Right? If the product of two or more numbers is 0, then at least one of them must be 0 itself. So for this, this is actually a relatively easy proof. We say like a times b is equal to 0. And here's the thing, right? If you've got more than two things, you could just associate a bunch of them and say like this is one thing. And then we're multiplying by a different thing. Because, ironically, I have a larger audience for my math. Alright, so a times b is equal to 0. The product of two numbers is equal to 0. So we're going to say that assume, step 1, or option 1, assume that a is not 0. If a is not 0, then what we can do is say a times b equals 0. We can divide by a on both sides. So b is equal to 0 over a, which is equal to 0. So if a is not 0, we've just proven that b has to be 0. 2. Assume b is not 0. A times b is equal to 0. Well, if b is not 0, then we can remove it. Then if b is not 0, then a is equal to 0 over b, which is equal to 0. So if a is not 0, then b has to be. And if b is not 0, then a has to be. So we've just proven here, with this very simple two-step proof, give or take, that if you've got at least two things multiplied together, which get you 0, then one of those things needs to be 0 itself. Right? And again, if you've got more than two things, if you've got a times b times c times d times e times ... times z is equal to 0, then you just say, okay, well, assume b times c times d times e times f times ... times z is not 0. And you can generalize this to any combination you want. So assume that there is some sort of list of things that are not 0, put them over there. Assume that there is a bunch of stuff that could be 0 and put them over there. All right, so we associate, right? A times parentheses, B times C times D times etc. times Z equals 0, and then we divide off all this stuff. Nope, nope. That's silly. Why am I crossing stuff out? I don't know. This is not a pen. I know, and I wanted to finish Lorelei tonight. Lol. Right, so this proves that A must be 0. And then, similarly, for any other combination. Right? Any combination of these things that you want to make, you can always end up coming up with, here's a bunch of stuff that is not 0, and then here's a bunch of stuff that is at least potentially 0, and then you can always end up proving that, just like we did up in the first example, that, you know, one of those things must be 0. At least one of those things must be 0. It's good times. But anyway, where that leads us is to say that, okay, 0 is equal to 5x minus 1. Oops. Whatever. It's fine. Or 0 is equal to 3x minus 4. Right? Take the thing in parentheses. One of those things, at least, must be 0 itself, or is a non-exclusive or. So this tells us that either 0 is equal to 5x minus 1, or 0 is equal to 3x minus 4, or both. In this case, it's not actually possible for both to happen at once. They are mutually exclusive from each other. So, oh well. But it could be something like, you know, one term is equal to x and the other term is equal to y. So either x is 0 or y is 0 or both are 0. That could work just fine. Okay, so 5x is equal to 1 when we add over the 1, or 3x is equal to 4 when we add over the 4, and then x is equal to 1/5, or x is equal to 4/3. X is equal to, bracket, any of the following. Good stuff. All right. So again, take your time. That was not me, by the way. That was the bot. Oh, man. All right, we got ads coming up in 5 minutes again. And just a reminder to everybody, we have our YouTube channels here at Obi-Wan Pez for gaming. This VOD will eventually go into, well, probably into the Obi-Wan Pez channel because it's all about Lorelei, and then like this, once I can actually make highlights again, I might be able to break this section out and put it in the Pachinko channel. So we're also doing a fundraiser at the moment, so more important than running over to Ko-Fi would be, if anyone is so interested, paying some money into Tiltify in order to hopefully end lupus. We're like allegedly getting pretty close to finding some actually decent, viable cures, or if not cures, then like at least better treatments than we've got. So people like 8-Bit D, Coco Confession, and Elbel are suffering from the effects of lupus, and it sucks. These are wonderful people. I would like to help them. So this is one of the reasons why I joined this particular charity rather than the who knows however many we've have the option of joining. This is something that affects people that I know, so I want to help them out. I actually have not looked at the current status, but Tiltify is here. I want to be able to click in faster. There we go. Fundraising event currently. The status is $140,372.52 out of $205,000. So, great job, everybody. Anybody who's ever donated to anybody's campaigns across the entire fundraising event, go tell the people who are running it, the 200 roughly people who are campaign runners. Thank you very much. So, awesome job. I want to say there's a way for me to look at who the people are. That's all right. Yeah, that's all right. At any rate, we will definitely go check out more stuff later. Oh God, so much stuff in here. Anyway, those are the links. If anyone is at all interested, at all able to pay into that charity, feel free. That's awesome. If not, don't worry about it. 1 minute to ads, and I'll probably just activate them early. Gonna step out and cycle water, and then we're gonna get back into Lorelei and the laser eyes. So let's actually get our window back over, and then hop out of here and into the hallway where there's music. Okay, I lied. We'll go back to music. With our 30 seconds left or whatever. Alright, we'll be right back. 3 minutes. How dare. Alrighty. We're back. That's really weird. Alright, whatever. Okay. So, while people were out earlier, I went over to my Windows box and I typed into the Copilot pseudo AI that's over there, hey, just, give me a yes or no answer only. Is the password to the OCU3, or sorry, is the username to the OCU3 Lorelei? And the answer was no. So now I'm lost. Because I thought that was pretty obvious. Like the only possible way, right? Because the letters that I'm getting are I, E, L, R, and O. So... the password being tangram-like things, I said, like, how many characters long is this? And it said 9. I was only expecting 3. So now I'm basically back to square one. There is the possibility... Okay, so there are 9 dates that were given. 1932, 1938, 1948, 1953, 1957, 1960, 1962, 1973, and 1982. And each of the 3 people, 1847, Lorenzo, 1963, Renzo, and 2014, Lorelei. Now, in theory, it's also possible, I'm now realizing, that these symbols that we collected could be taken in the order that we got. First symbol, second symbol, third symbol, as Lorenzo, Renzo, and Lorelei, and could just be used in the exact same way as the date sliders, which would still be weird and awful. And I still don't know then what the username would be. It's not going to be Lorelei. We're good. Cafe. If the password is like in my coat pocket, I'm going to be really upset. It's been there forever. Okay. So I'm still going with Lorelei here because I don't know what else to put it. So... L. O. R. E. L. E. eye. Okay. So now with this one. It shouldn't be this, because we're already using it on the sliders. But if I've got this set as it is, number 1 says you can keep trying to conceal this in all possible manners, make up stories, or tell it like it never was, but the truth is right before your eyes if you want to see it. This sounds like something that Lorenzo would be dealing with, so I think 1. 2, Renzo, you keep mixing things up, stop playing games. Pretty applicable. 3, it is time to end this constant rearrangement of history. This is your last chance to make peace with the truth before you go. Lorelei. Right? They also apply to each of the characters in that order. I don't think that they apply to anybody else. Not really. I mean, you keep mixing things up, stop playing games. Could maybe be Lorenzo as well, but like not really. Okay, so we've got 1, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3. This is probably not going to work. Can't imagine that it would be actually correct. So we would be reusing a bunch of stuff. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3. No. Okay. So, I don't even know what to do anymore. Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's no reason it should be here. We should have maps. Floor 1, been everywhere. Floor 2, been everywhere. We've unlocked everything, I think. Floor 3, been everywhere. Cellar. Loft. Maze. Forest. Not helpful. Right. Using a numerical value only, how long is the username for OCU3 in Lorelei and the Laser Eyes? 7 characters, so I am under the impression that it should be Lorelei. And when I asked it, is the username Lorelei, because I'm pretty sure that's the answer, it said no. Now, here's the thing. They don't use standard characters. So it's using things that are basically just pictures. And in everybody's playthrough, those pictures could be assigned to different letters. So I'm fairly certain that when I say, here are the letters I'm using, it would be like, okay, well, this is unique to your playthrough, or it wouldn't understand. So the answer would be no, like, this particular set of characters cannot be the answer because other people don't have it. Okay. So we get 7 for the username, 9 for the password. We've only got 7 things in common. What the absolute crap. 5, 2, 7, 8, 9. Which gets us the T shape on number 3. Okay. 3, 6, 5, 8, 4, which gets us that funky shape. That's pentomino. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Gets us that shape. You keep mixing things up. Stop playing games. Yeah, we're having some serious problems here. The third eye fell from the sky 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago equals the first magic word. Oh my god. Last year minus the first magic word equals laser. Alright, yeah. T-Y-A. Second magic word equation. Lorenzo plus L plus O equals Lorenzo. Hotel minus O minus L. H-T-E. Then flip it around. T-H-E equals the. Yeah. We are not in a hotel. We are not in last year. We are in the last year. This is only seen through laser eyes. I've used these on certain locks or something. Right, the moon, bad signs, note tied to the brick. Found this key, you hit it very well, you're good at this game. Right, you are delusional. Game tester's note, right, that's how to log in. Trapdoor, elevator out of Let's go back to the lobby. Call 1798. Yeah, okay. 18. When was Renata born? 47. Help. I shall wander here forever. I'm lost in the maze. I've already dealt with that. Okay, hang on. What do we have left? Log into the supercomputer. Right. Nine. There are 9 boxes. There are like some possibilities. Ugh. This is ridiculous. Like, none of this stuff we need. It's been said. Stalking goose, gunned madmen, angry dogs, and crazy magicians awaits in classic arcade fun. You're trapped in the maze. The only way to escape is to go deeper. Collect power-ups and money while staying clear of enemies as you try to find the 9 magical eyes which open the ancient treasure central tomb. Only then can you progress to the next difficulty level. Ah. Those are in the same level, the same place. Internal memory full. Oh. Milo. Split 2. Oh, shoot. Oh. Where the hell? Oh no. Haha. Smack. Ah. That's not what I wanted. No. Ugh. Oh. $79. Almost all the keys. Right, I don't think there's anything here, actually. 13,240. Okay, so yeah, there's nothing here, unfortunately. As much fun as it is. I'm pretty sure I have all the information I need, and I'm just slow. 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 of these things. And they are also not in chronological order. But that doesn't actually mean anything. Catherine Brown states the art of the future will require participation. Beschlossene Erinnerungen is the puzzle boxes, right? Technically 9 things in there, but like, nah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years. This is the only thing that I haven't figured out. What gets us tangrams? I mean, in theory. The other 8 symbols are surrounding those 2 symbols. Those 2 symbols represent a 3 and an 8. "38 years after" is going to be 2000. That's not helpful. And 38 years before is going to be 1924, which is also similarly unhelpful. Right, that's the TV set one. Enter a statue. I unlocked shortcut 4 hours ago. What is going on? Okay. So. This is bad, guys. I'm really lost. All right. Without explaining what items are required for each item, list the items required to find the OCU3 username, password, and memory. What the hell's it called? Memory state. It gave me more information than I needed, but... Okay, so username, shredded posters, and the messages from the past. I already knew that. So, username is definitely Lorelei in my case. I don't know about anybody else's case, but come on. Password, mirrors and floor patterns, right? We already did that, but we only have 3 things. We only have 3 things. Don't you start. Really don't want to have to replace that right now. Memory state levers. Levers. I don't remember any levers. But I guess it could be the thing on the visions from old lady. Yeah. We already did all this. So 1932. Again, this was 1847. Right. So we got all that. Password, mirrors, and floor patterns. So again, we know these are relevant. We place them down on the floor to get the tangrams. Relevant specific tangrams. Oh my god. What is going on? So, first symbol. Second symbol. Third symbol. Back to first. the opposite way. Right. 6 is going to be the bottom left corner. 9 is going to be bottom center. 8 is going to be bottom right. Yeah, that's a different combination of numbers, so we'll see how this goes. That position is going to be number 3. Central position is going to be number 4. Left center's position is going to be number 1. It's not just to transpose the other one either. Interesting. Alright, and first position is number 2. And second position is number 5. Lastly, number 7. Wait. So the third one, right? Yeah, okay. Second. Nine goes up to the third position. 1 goes to the second position. 6 goes to first position. 7 goes to fourth. 3 goes to the center. 5 goes to the right. 2 goes to the bottom right. 4 goes to central and lower. 7 goes to, nope. 8. 8 goes to bottom left. Okay. First symbol. Number 9 goes to third position. Number 1 goes to second position. Number 2 goes to first position. Alright. Number 3 goes to fourth position. Number 7 goes to fifth. 4 goes to sixth. 5 goes to bottom right. 6 goes to bottom central. And 8 goes to bottom left. That is these. Alright, it is like 2:30 here, so... Yep. Miracle Tears. Major room for L. Yep. How? guarantee that this is correct. L O R E L E I. All right. Orientations. I've got the point on it facing left, facing up, facing down. But don't have it facing right anywhere. Mixing things up. Stop playing games. Alright, this has orientation 1. That's a mirror image, that doesn't count. Orientation 1. Orientation 1. And no others. Number 3. It's time to end this constant rearrangement of history. This is your last chance to make peace with the truth before you go. Again, the T. Oh, we do have it on the other side. Okay. I don't see a T anywhere, but they do have T's with left and right orientations. All right. I think we're gonna have to do one more stream of this, so god damn it. All right, we're on break. Apologies, everybody. All right, everybody, we're going to come back to this. Let's just do it over the weekend at some point. And we're going to head over to Matty Bronze. He is, at the moment, doing... who's it? Return of the Obra Dinn, which we did a while back. Try not to spoil anything if you do know about it. If you don't know about it, you might actually just want to not spoil it yourself and play it because it's pretty awesome. I will be back probably tomorrow, just to be perfectly frank, because I want to get this done. And then we're going to be spending a bunch of time copying videos over to YouTube, so feel free, head on over to our YouTube channels and check those out. And raise money for GoTel. Woo! If anybody has any other interests, if you have any other math questions, let me know. I'll be on the Elements Discord, so we'll be at Penn Center's Discord there. So I got 7 seconds. See you all later. My name's Obi-Wan Pez. This is N Simplex Pachinko. See ya.